We are moments away from kickoff. Jake Teal here in commentary with myself, Chris Asmus, in the blue jerseys. We will see as they do their final preparations. The Vancouver Wave, coming off a tough defeat in the semifinal, they will look to come away with the third place title, taking on a tenacious interior side, playing in those multicolored pink kits. Jake Teal, what is it like to recover from such a tough loss?
I don't know. I was gonna say, Chris. I think both sides will. It'll be interesting to see how they bounce back. I mean, I've done a lot of losing in my career, unfortunately, so it's a tough ask. But I think with the short build up to this, these guys, both groups are quite connected, so they want to come out. And third place is better than fourth, I always say, Chris. So it'll be a tough battle, but it'll be interesting to see the tactics that we saw yesterday from both teams. Should make for a pretty good battle.
Well, speaking to head coach Andrew Corielli of the interior side, he was quite pleased with the tenacity of the retention and support of his team. Wasn't quite a fan of reverting to type and going left, right, piston style rugby, trying to get them to play with a little bit more freedom and expression today.
Yeah, it'll be a good way to kind of trying to get around this Wave team, to stretch them out. We know what Daniel Turvey, wearing that number 10 jersey, he has the ball in his hands right now, what he can do when he has the front foot ball. So it'll be interesting to see how Vancouver tries to stop them operating.
Well, Turvey hoisted high, almost perfect start to the game for the interior, but unable to get their hands on the ball. The Wave will get their first chance to wind up their attack. Dominant carry coming in on first phase. Julius Hall directs traffic. Going to the air through the box kick. A little bit far for the Wave. Sits nicely, fortuitously for the interior. Big counter-ruck pressure coming in, but well dealt with in the clean out. This interior side support play, probably the better supporting team in this under-19 division, Jake Teal.
Yeah, and a big trend yesterday was some messy breakdowns, Chris. We'll see how these teams look to clean it up, but already some pressure from the counter ruck in this Vancouver group. The interior doing a good job to handle it well, and now we get a chance to see Turvey gain some field position here.
Turvey carving off quite a few meters after the penalty. Vancouver Wave penalized, tackler not rolling away. Major League Rugby's Shanda Asmus with the whistle for this one.
She's pretty cool. Hey, Chris?
Depends on who you ask. This interior attacking package, quite interesting, Jake. Centers linked quite loosely in the midfield, and loose goes the throw. The Wave come away with the turnover. Interior penalized for the high tackle.
And again, lineouts were a big issue for all U19 teams yesterday. It looks to be continuing the same. Ooh, he might have missed touch there.
Missing touch. Again, the coach killer, as we referred to yesterday. Those lineout throws, those kicking errors, takes all of that pressure and flips it on its head. Interior trying to find a seam in this Wave defensive line, which is looking a little bit fractured for the moment. Again, directing traffic is Turvey, organizing this back line. Turvey going himself, nice ball over the top. Trying to find something on the left edge, or the interior. Big contest in that breakdown, forcing the interior to commit those extra numbers, Jake.
We got some numbers out wide. Gavin Kelly lurking on the edge. Wave's doing a great job slowing the ball down, Chris. Oh, and they've stolen it.
Well, unplayable, says the referee. 2 players off their feet, scrum to the interior.
You can hear them urging them to leave the ruck. That's why we mentioned it yesterday. A lot of players really eager to make a difference in the game, taking their chances, going for maybe too many bites of the apple when it comes to breakdown work. Some poor jackal techniques sometimes, and a lot of counter rucking. See how they look to attack here. Turvey kind of set behind the scrum, swinging a little bit left. We know what he can do when he has the ball in his hands.
Well, this interior scrum buckling under a bit of pressure yesterday, hanging on, able to scramble possession. Bit of space on the left edge.
Gavin Kelly.
Kevin Kelly once again, another dominant carry. Working the tight channels. Wave defensive line being moved by referee Asmus. Again, a bit slower than Coach Coriali would prefer. High tackle come in. Free hit here under the penalty advantage for the interior. Turvey going himself. And not showing too much deception in this interior attacking shape. And nothing happening, says our referee. Back to the penalty.
Yeah, the Wave is doing a really good job of shutting down this interior team. As you mentioned, Chris, it's just kind of going back and forth. There's not many different pictures, not really challenging these defenders. And they're almost relying on Turvey to try and create something a little bit flat. And again, going for the line-out option, something they haven't been hitting on consistently. See if they can turn it around here.
Well, a nice touch finder from Turvey, leaving the interior about 15 meters to the try line. Grady Curran, important line-out throw. Curran, an overthrow, but falls nicely into the hands of Bravo. Turvey, little pump of the ball. Interior exploiting a little bit of room on this right edge. And working through the phases. Turvey decided going himself with a bit of space. Spins out of one tackle. Breaks another, stretching for the line. Not able to get the ball down. Held up is the decision. Bit of magic from Turvey, but perhaps there was an opportunity to give that offload.
Yeah, and beats one, beats two, beats three. I think just like us, the interior team might have just been watching Danny Turvey go to work. Well done by the Wave team to stop him on the line.
Well, desperate defense. Levi Kanuski getting under the ball. Back into the hands of the interior. That goal line dropout. Law change coming in from a couple seasons ago. Giving a chance for the defense to release pressure, but under the shadow of their own posts. Interior maintaining possession here, up over the 22. Wave penalized once again. Tackler in the way of that ball production. Decision time here, Jake.
Yeah, and I think you probably want to go points on the board, Chris. But if I've learned anything from yesterday, they're going to tap and go.
Well, and of course, going back to that familiar tap play that we've seen quite a bit from this interior side. Good line speed coming in from the Wave defense. And trying to put a bit of pressure on that ball delivery. Impromptu off the right boot. Might work out for the interior here. Wave with possession, but under tons of pressure. Able to consolidate. Julius Hall rolling the ball back, going to the right foot. There might have been a touch on that from the interior. In any case, the ball's in touch.
And the Wave getting out of trouble once again. If you're the interior group, you got to be frustrated. You're getting these opportunities. You're just not able to execute. Maybe rushing through what they're trying to do as they get close. Just trying desperately to get on the board. Just want to slow it down and maybe just build a couple more phases. But the Wave team is defending well on their back foot. They're scrambling really, really well.
All Grady Curran looking to right the wrongs of the lineout so far in this second day of the provincial regional championships and not hitting the target. The Wave understanding that the throw has not been the feature of this competition, Jake. So Dexter Tornquist getting into the air, putting pressure on Curran to throw that ball to the inside shoulder.
And again, it's probably one of Vancouver's best traits that they showed yesterday is that Dexter getting up, getting a hand on the ball, challenging the throw. He's a big target, and it puts the pressure on. And again, we've seen it across all U19 games. Really a big struggle to try and get the lineouts in play.
Well, getting the ball back into play is Julius Hall. Wave under a bit of pressure at scrum time. Hall able to scramble possession. Young on the left wing. Elects to go for contact. Next, Torquist with the pick and go. Appealing for some help from the referee, but nothing doing, says Shandasmus. Play the ball as they do. The Wave just outside their own 22. Looking to half of an exit, half of a counterattack in two minds, where the Wave, under massive pressure of their own doing, will look to try to create something from nothing at the moment. Finding Young on the edge. He's got a bit of room. Gets the right-hand fend going and the offload. Not able to hang on to possession was Houle. And double knock-on will give the interior the put into the scrum.
Wow, some gut-busting stuff there. Well done by Houle. A messy ball, a little bit. It looks like a little bit of disconnect between the 9 and 10. All thinking he's going to go from the base, but then thinking they're going to play off the 10 to exit. Houle scoops that ball up. Runs about a country mile to get over, and we know that both these wingers on the Vancouver team have a good amount of pace. And see how dangerous they can be.
Well, quite a bit of pace, as we say, in this Vancouver back line, but a couple of running threats in this interior back row as well. Through Kelly, we've seen what he can do. Good service at the base of the scrum. Turvey elects to go wide. Important cover tackle put in by Brooks. Again, going back into the traffic are these interior players, quite familiar with traffic, having to drive massive distances to get to training, as they are the largest of our regions here in British Columbia. Penalized for holding on this time. Support a bit slow to get to the ball carrier.
Yeah, and it's being the tail of the tournament. The breakdown area just needs to be more clean for both teams. You can see the interior group maybe getting a bit too stretched out there. They've been really looks like they've been trying to go side to side more than they were yesterday. Just getting disconnected, and a lot of jackal threats on the Wave team, able to capitalize. Good field position yesterday. Best performing lineup was the Wave U19 Boys. So we'll see if they can keep that up today.
Well, and that's Kanuski having the best throwing record so far. Bit of an early jump coming in. Play on, says the referee, as the jump was before the throw. Not straight okay. Big tackle coming in, but above that sternum line. That upright defender having to make contact below the sternum. New law coming in for these players. But in any case, it just emphasizes those basics, Jake, that we try to hammer home at a young age.
Yeah, and in interior, that's an unfortunate. They tracked really well, covered Young across in a lot of space, but it's all about the player safety and these new rules. It's good. Keeping them safe, Chris. Good call by the referee.
Well, and as we get organized for this line out, bit of confirmation of this line out move coming in from the Vancouver Wave back line. A lot of movement on the ground at that line out, Jake.
Yeah, and they won it again. That was their bread and butter. Couple fakes and then slides back. Lost the ball.
Well, the Wave not be able to find much in attack today.
Bit of an errant kick there, Chris.
Well, giving Finn Clark a bit of space. Able to get the offload away to Nautash. Bit of footwork, buying time for his support. It gets there. Tornquist Nice little inside ball. Hall trying to find the second man option, not going to hand once again. Zol Willett first to react for the interior. Unable to capitalize off that scrum advantage. They will have the throw-in.
It's just been a bit messy, Chris. Both sides. Errors in the handling department. Again, I think both coaches' staffs probably a bit frustrated. Coming off a loss, how do you respond? And right now, it's been a long couple days, as in 2 days, and we'll see if they can kind of clean this up going forward. It's still a scoreless game, Chris. Didn't have that on my bingo card.
Scoreless game so far. 13 and a half minutes gone in this 2 30-minute half format. These players playing 120 minutes of rugby over 2 days, leading to the slightly shortened format from 35 to 30. Extra time if necessary, Jake. Not to put a hex on that, but we might be heading that way if we see what we see so far.
Commentators curse, Chris. Yeah, a nice early sub here for the interior group. Just an unfortunate, I can't say the word. Not common to see Gavin Kelly dropping the ball off the base there. It just shows this Wave team has been defending really well. See if they can capitalize. Coach Cormac has drawn up. The interior group is really excited. They've been scrummaging well today, putting a lot of pressure through this Wave pack.
Well, this scrum very important. Couple of options left and right for the Wave. Good channel one ball, but again, the handling not the recipe that Coach Cormac drew up.
Yeah, we got to check that ball. It's got to be something on it. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I think it's one of those things too. Coming off a really close game yesterday for both squads, it's hard to get up. It's hard to battle again when you feel like maybe you should have won it yesterday. So,
well, as the minutes tick away here at Abbotsford Exhibition Park on day 2 of the 2026 Provincial Regional Championships, we are in the first of 319 games today. This being the bronze or the third place match between the interior in those colorful kits on the left-hand side of your screen and the Vancouver Wave in their traditional blues on the right-hand side. Had quite a good turnout over the last couple of days here in Abbotsford, so we thank you to the community across British Columbia and beyond for supporting the next generation of talent in British Columbia. Massive surge coming in from the Wave and rewarded at the scrum by referee Asmus. Not staying down, standing up is the decision. Now, Jake, does the Wave go back to the well, or do they take the points here?
I think if you're me and the way of the game, I'm probably going to try and take the points. Looks like they're going to the corner, which was not one of the options he gave me. But I think that's a fresh front row that's just come in for the Wave team.
Well, bit of indecision here from the assistant referee. Flag goes up. Player starting in touch. If that ball crossed the plane of touch and was knocked, it is in touch, so it would be a line out to the Vancouver Wave. If the ball wasn't in touch, obviously we could have had a try, but referee Asmus confirming with the AR, the player did start in touch, out of the field of play, knocked the ball that had already crossed that plane, that invisible plane over the touch line. So it is a line out. The Wave, a chance to put some points on the board here.
New hooker, Kanuski back on the field for the first time today. See if they go back to the well. No, they're going to the front.
Kanuski goes to the front, finds his man. Sitting at that boot of the maul, as some would call it. A little bit wide in structure, this maul. Not quite getting the momentum towards the line that is so hard to defend. Interior doing a great job disrupting the front of that maul. Referee Asmus seeing where the ball is. It's on the floor. Play on is the decision. However, Grady Curran taking out the scrum half at ruck time. And that could prove costly as the Wave are over the line, but much like their opponents, over the line, but held up. Both defenses bending, but not breaking.
This game is cursed, Chris. I don't think we're going to see any scores, but really good work from the Wave to get up there. You're frustrated with that. Maul didn't get them too much go forward. A bit of a careless penalty there from the interior group, and they get away unscathed.
Well, scoreless third place match so far, but that could change in a heartbeat. Big tackle coming in to touch, critical intervention, getting the ball back for his side on that right wing. Mason Lougheed, critical intervention as Young was definitely destined for the in-goal area.
And it's been a game full of twists and turns there, Chris. But it's something we saw yesterday, just maybe a bit rushed in terms of where you're trying to put the ball. There was some space, but that's the bounce of the ball, as they would say. And Young almost making it count on that opportunity, covered well by the interior squad.
Well, this interior side not able to function at line-out time. Double knock-on. This will give a very dangerous scrummaging position to the Vancouver Wave.
And if you're the Wave here, you are licking your lips. If you're that front row, we saw what happened when they came on their first scrum. They got the penalty. Now an opportunity 5 meters out.
5 meters out. Unfortunately for the Wave, that dominant scrum limited to 1.5 meters. Approximately the distance between the middle of the scrum and the back foot of the number 8. So unable to walk under the post, as they say, but they can put a significant amount of pressure on these interior forwards. Not happy with the setup is referee Asmus. No head games, no head-on-head is the message. Jake spending some time in the back row. What do you make of the life of a front row player?
I wouldn't want to be one, Chris. There's a lot of technical games in there, and as someone who's scrummaged in the front row in 7s, I can tell you that I was not made for 15s, but I think this is a good chance. A lot of these guys love to compete, and both sides getting a good go with a great referee is going to let them go at it.
Well, definitely loves a scrum. Does referee Asmus. Not quite able to play there herself due to stature, but rewarding once again the Wave for that push. Loose head collapse is the decision. Not taking the ball from the correct mark. So important close to the line that those quick taps are taken fairly. As you back row players, you coaches out there, throw the ball to the number 8, take it from the back, no one will stop you. And speaking of stopping, it takes some to get Ashworth on the ground. Kanuski able to add to his carry tally, unfortunately for him, getting isolated, and a great jackal from Grady Curran.
Chris, that was Daniel Turvey.
Daniel Turvey
magic. It's quite interesting. Curran was the man slapping him on the back, telling him to release, but he came through all legal. Johnny on the spot, and a really good job gets them out of danger with the exit kick. Turvey magic, both sides of the ball here, Chris.
Well, Sullivan, or Grady, we should say, younger brother of Sullivan Curran, usually the jackal threat, but that's Turvey making the critical intervention. Turvey, who is an active referee out of Kamloops as well, student of the game.
The best are, aren't they?
Again, depends on whose opinion you trust. Curran finds the short option. Turvey deals with the bounce pass quite well. Getting into the action is Jeremy Peterson. Offloading are the interior. Trying to work a little bit of chaos, a little bit of magic, and test this Vancouver Wave defense. One note from head coach Andrew Corielli was, we should probably kick the ball more, but Clearly the players have other ideas.
I trust them, Chris. They just want to run the ball.
Well, running the ball, desperately scrambling it away, eventually knocking it on. Handing possession back to the Wave. The Wave with a shorter field in front of them in many occasions so far. 38 meters from that try line. Both teams have crossed today, but have been unable to ground the ball. Is that Turvey once again? Over the ball, creating options. Wave appealing for a bit of a late tackle. Nothing in it, says the referee. Knock on into touch. Interior will have possession.
Chris, you mentioned kicking. I think it might work for both teams to maybe change the point of attack. Right now, neither group is really breaking the other. We're seeing some line breaks, but they're usually followed up with some sort of mistake. So perhaps trying to get the other team near their try line and force them to exit might work. But again, as a fan of running rugby, this has been an enjoyable game. I couldn't imagine playing in it right now because it's been a bit frustrating.
Well, as we approach midday here in Abbotsford at beautiful Exhibition Park, we're on Rotary Stadium Field with our under-19 division here live on BC Rugby YouTube main channel. You can also tune in and catch the under-17 division on Field 1, as well as the under-15s on Field 2 live all day. 19s stream courtesy of We Film Events. They've done a fantastic job so far. And a fantastic job from Matthew George slowing that interior attack down by holding the ball carrier up long enough to allow that defensive fold. Under a bit of pressure, Springer in that halfback role. Turvey deputizing at halfback, moving that ball wide. Nice little offload. Bit of room to run here. The interior probing into that Wave 22. They haven't been here for a while. Hard lines coming in. Another Grady Curran carry.
A lot of space out to the right.
Well, it's about a 3-on-1 on the right edge, but perhaps in two minds, the interior unable to hang on to the ball. The Wave will have to put into the scrum.
The tail of the tape, Chris, has just been maybe rushing when you get down there. They worked so hard. A couple great offloads, passes, a lot of people getting a touch on the pill. And they get down and they have the overlap and they try to force the issue. Talked about it yesterday a lot. It's just the concept of trying to get on base. Don't need to hit the home run right away. Trying to just build the phases out and execute.
Sometimes it's, like you say, Jake, about taking the percentages, take that low-hanging fruit. For the Wave here, winning a scrum penalty would probably be the easiest exit for them. They've been dominant, but opportunity for the interior to disrupt, maybe force a handling error in this danger area as the Wave thought about a counterattack, but electing for the safety of the touchline and not wasting any time is Chaz Zimmer with the quick throw in. A lot of space, but once again, frenetic turns into counterattack. We've seen this before from William Houle, but this time he's tracked down.
Everett Pinkowski on the chase down.
Pinkowski, BC Bears 17s and 7s veteran, played the Vancouver 7s Invitational, which is coming up once again, the 4th and 5th of March, just ahead of the Canada 7s. Just down the road, down Highway 1 in Vancouver. We are here in beautiful Abbotsford, part of the Fraser Valley. The interior coping with that intercept, able to release some pressure, high tackle coming in from the Wave.
And thank goodness for the stoppage. I needed a chance to catch my breath. Some great stuff. A back tackle. Both teams electing just to play. And the interior team finding some space results in a penalty, and now they've got a good spot. See how this line out goes. Again, the Wave team's been able to make a mess of most of these chances for the interior.
Well, the interior, another opportunity to demonstrate their line-out skills. BC Bears under-19s coaches looking on. Curry Hitchborn, Nate Mantle. I've also seen a couple university coaches here, Jake, keeping their eye on some prospects. We've seen Scott Manning of UVic, and we've seen one of my good friends, originally from St. Anne de Bellevue Rugby Club, John Lavery from Queens. And as the space opens up, this could be our first score of the game, and it will be. Under the posts are the interior, almost from nothing, out of nothing, the interior score.
That's been a common trend, Chris. A lot of gaps around the breakdown because of the amount of counter-rucking that is happening from all the teams. We've seen yesterday Julius Hall had a lot of opportunities against the Tide team from the Wave, making a lot of breaks, and there you see it again. Little gap, and then got a lot of work to do to finish it off, beat a couple defenders, and you had a feeling it was coming, Chris. We were going to get a score, and we finally got it.
Well, Peterson taking an opportunity, hasn't seen much ball today, but pinning his ears back as the crowd begins to settle in here at Abbotsford Exhibition Park. The conversion sails over, and at the stroke of halftime, the interior score at a critical juncture, Jake. They've got the 7-0 advantage heading into the break. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the end. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the end. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the end. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the end. Me and them boys, we ain't friends.
It starts here. Precision in every detail. Focus locked. Trust your strike. From every angle, for every moment. Gilbert Rugby Canada, the official match ball of BC Rugby.
Back for this second half of the Under-19 Boys Division third place match. The Interior in that colorful kit, finding the try line just at the stroke of halftime. 7-0 the advantage. The Wave, a few last-minute words of encouragement from the coaching staff. And they will kick us off for the second half on this second day at the Provincial Regional Championships here at beautiful Abbotsford Exhibition Park. We're on Rotary Stadium. Coming up shortly, the Under-19 Girls Division Championship match. The hometown Fraser Valley taking on a formidable Vancouver Island Crimson Tide side. Few last minute checks before we restart this game for this final 30 minutes. Some of these players, their final Under-19 game of their careers. Others hoping to put their hands up for selection for the BC Bears provincial team heading to Guelph, Ontario for the Canadian Rugby Championships later on this month. Big tackle coming in from the Wave. That double tackle, Davis, or Sawarski and Powley, I should say. The Interior, once again, a lot of confidence in this attack, electing to keep the ball in hand from their own 22. They're up to their 10-meter line now. A little bit more freedom of expression, Jake, in this attacking structure today from the Interior.
Yeah, a little bit more width to the game. I've really been enjoying seeing them get to throw the ball around, and I know that's what they were intending to do yesterday. But it's allowing these athletes from the Interior to really just express themselves and generate this quick, fast ball.
Quick ball indeed from the base. Turvey has a bit of room. Decides to go himself, bet in a crunching tackle. This Wave defense. Bit fractious at points, but standing tall here. Good service at the base once again from Springer. Going back, put a bit of width on the ball, giving some room for Turvey to exercise that right foot kicking option. As the Interior pour numbers into that breakdown with the counter ruck. Almost getting the turnover. Scrambling possession are the Vancouver Wave. Julius Hall trying to get a bit of width in this attack, but too slow to the breakdown once again. Are the Wave penalized for holding on? The Interior rewarded.
Yeah, that's a bit dangerous there at the breakdown, but you can see the Interior players challenging at any point they can, trying to get their hands on the ball in the jackal, trying to counter ruck, just trying to make a mess of the Wave attacking platform, and it pays off there.
Well, the experienced Daniel Turvey, no hesitation, pointing to the posts. He'll take a shot at 3 points to extend this Interior lead and bringing out to more than a converted try. 7 points, the advantage, looking for 10. Turvey, one last look at the posts. Short run up. Clean strike, no mistake. Interior up by 10.
Heck of a strike, Chris, and that's going to put them out of a one-score range. So we'll see. Again, lots of rugby left to play, but it's got to be tough for this Wave team. They've had a lot of really nice, good opportunities close to the line they haven't been able to capitalize on, and as these points start to add up, it gets harder and harder to dig themselves out of this hole.
Well, the 30-minute half very much not the ally of the Vancouver Wave, very much the friend of the interior side. Knock on or forward pass, says our referee, so not penalizing the player for being in front.
Well, he didn't mean to, Chris. It's an accident.
Well, accident or not, the Wave will have the put into this scrum right on that 15-meter line. Jake, how important is having a scrum in that position?
Well, for this Wave group who haven't had too many opportunities with the ball, it's going to be really important, especially you got a lot of field, a lot of attacking threats. And I think if you're this Vancouver group, your head coach, Owen Cormack, you're just wanting to get some sort of momentum built here. So last time I believe they had a knock-on off of their scrum, so oof.
Well, this time the Wave penalized at scrum time. Pretty clear picture. Ashworth getting overextended, that tight head prop. Legs out the back, face in the grass. No mulligans today, says referee Asmus. We get on with the game. As Turvey probably would like to carve out a few more meters, but nonetheless, the interior will have the throw into the lineout.
See if the interior can clean up their lineout platform. Been struggling today.
Well, this interior side has been quite tenacious in defense so far. Vancouver getting over the line one time, but unable to get the ball on the ground, and that is a costly mistake from the Vancouver Wave. Tornquist flying in off his feet. Bit of an unnecessary clean out as well. Looked like they had secured the ball, Jake.
Yeah, and you could see him steaming across the field, about a 10-meter run up there, just unneeded, very unsafe, and hopefully Dan Turvey is okay.
Well, fortunate for Turvey as well as Tornquist that there was no head contact there, because we could have had some problems with a couple players leaving the field involuntarily, as the Wave have shown a bit more promise in the early stages in the attack, but unable to keep the handle. The interior once again electing to keep the ball in hand, backing their skills and getting rewarded at scrum time. Tackler not rolling away.
Game's starting to get away from this Wave team in terms of discipline, Chris. This is multiple penalties, and just looks like it's out of frustration.
Well, out of frustration, a lot of unforced errors, if you like. Penalty count starting to mount. Not in the Wave's favor. Could be at risk of losing a player if the trend continues. The interior will have the throw into the line out. See if they can correct this small blemish on their 2026 Provincial Regional Championship campaign. Braden Lee, change of thrower for the interior, and it doesn't work out for them at first, but they will get the throw into the line out. Stolen by the Wave, but into touch.
Dexter Tornquist has been a thorn in everybody's side in the line out. Using his frame, I believe he stands at, looks like he's about a 6'9" out there right now.
Yes, the massive lock, this time jumping across, making contact with his opponent in the air. Again, technique and discipline hasn't been the best foot forward put forth by the Wave, but they still have time. 10 points the advantage for the interior. Just under 22 minutes to play. Not wasting any time getting to this line out. Poised to throw is Braden Lee. Tap back from the front. Bit messy at the moment. Turvey has to deal with a bit of pressure, able to get the offload away. And flipping the pressure gauge on its head are the interior, but errant pass goes to ground all backwards. Play on the call. hard lines in those inside channels from these interior forwards. But again, going back to the width and finding the right foot is Turvey. Perfectly weighted kick, able to get the ball back. Options left here. 2-on-1 if they can use it. The interior unable to get that pass away before contact, Jake. How important of a skill is that?
Well, it's an incredibly difficult skill, but it's definitely it's one of the most important ones, Chris, being able to put that ball into space, into your teammates' hands. But again, it's just a bit messy. It's being the tail of the game from both sides. I feel like they're trying to rush things or force those passes. If it's not 100%, may just want to hold on to it, not force the issue. Again, last time we saw a scrum, there was a bit of a penalty fest here for the Wave, so see if they can clean it up, start to build some momentum going their way.
Well, this Wave scrum holding firm and able to create a platform for the backs to use, but losing the handle once again. All backwards, fortuitously for them. Told to leave it. Are the interior. Room to one for the Wave. And quite a bit of space here on the right edge as the interior defense scrambles. Julius Hall looks to draw in the last player. Unconventional use of the foot here from the Wave. Able to get the ball back as the interior, bit of fatigue setting in, perhaps from all those phases. As the Wave look to exploit space on the edge. 2-on-1 if they can use it. Getting the ball away, but met well in defense by the interior.
It's again, it's been a common thing across the game, Chris, is just not being able to execute on their opportunities. Nice to see this Wave team have the opportunity to get the ball into space. Some big athletes on the front foot and carrying well, just resulting in a bit of a isolation and a good tracking tackle from the interior squad. See how they do, trying to get themselves out of the pressure of being in their own end with a line out. We know how those have been operating.
Well, lineouts have not been the jewel in the crown for the interior, but this time, well found target in the middle.
Shot by Turvey.
Well, bit of desperation in clearing the lines. The interior looking like they're kicking more out of desperation than out of tactic. And penalized as a result of that pressure. High tackle coming in. And the Wave, prime opportunity to get back into this game, down 10 points.
We might see a maul here, Chris. It's starting to get chippy down there. Both teams seeing some afters. There's been a lot of penalties. It's hot. Some frustration being in this game, not being in the final. See if the Wave can execute here.
Well, finding the front option. The Wave build them all, but obstruction. We can see clearly Hornquist in front of his teammate holding the ball. No access to the ball carrier. The interior. Hang on. Another opportunity to clear their lines. See if they get their line out to function and try to launch their attack to put a bit more pressure on this Vancouver Wave defense, who have had to deal with relentless waves of attack from these interior forwards.
Change tactics, gone to the back.
Well, going to the back and getting over the gain line. Gavin Kelly trying to find some space. Is Turvey spreading the ball, but Spilt, this could be the opportunity the Wave have been looking for. Turnover ball, but a massive counteract coming in from the interior, disrupting that scrum advantage. The Wave will have to put into the scrum.
Interior just getting a bit flat-footed there on their attack. Not many options. Turvey trying to spin it across. Seems like no one's really wanted to put their hand up for the ball. Understandable. It's been a long day and a half for both these groups. A physical game.
Well, substitution coming in. Bit of a knock taken by Braxton Hawthorne. Will need to be replaced.
See where the Wave looks to attack here. They haven't really been able to string together too many successful launch plays. We got two stacked to the right-hand side.
Yes, those two running threats. Clark and Nautash on that right-hand side. A bit of a indecision from them, thinking about going to the left, but staying to the right. Clark able to release Nautash. Leg drive buys the time required for the support to arrive. Sawarski trying to keep this game moving. Bit of space on the left edge, unable to exploit them. A slightly narrower field here on Rotary Stadium. Main field here at Exhibition Park in beautiful Abbotsford in the Fraser Valley region. Quick tap. Julius Hall goes for the line. Sometimes simple is best. Try time, Wave reply.
That's a good response for this Wave team. We've been looking for them to string together multiple phases, and when they do, they're able to find the cracks in the interior defense. Penalty coming from Curran, again playing the 9. It's been a common trend across this whole tournament, not being able to keep the breakdowns clean. Costly penalty gives the Wave the opportunity to get ahead. Oh, sorry, not to get ahead, to get within striking distance.
Within striking distance, indeed. 10 points to 5. The interior with the advantage. Hall will look to bring it within that penalty goal range. That would put us in a position for potentially extra time, Jake. We did call that in the first half. 29 minutes and 50 seconds of no scoring. Points still at a premium here.
Commentators curse, Chris. We've cursed it.
Well, we haven't cursed the conversion. Hall knocks the extras over, 10 points to 7. We hear passionate supporters from the interior regions. We say regions plural. The Thompson, Okanagan, the Kootenays, north of BC all coming together.
Best fans in the game, Chris.
Well, some great rugby clubs in the interior and north of our province. And scrum advantage, the Wave get to play with, but unable to capitalize. Good jackal coming in from Grady Curran, but the Wave playing under the safety of that scrum advantage will have the throw into the scrum.
It was a great contest off the kickoff. Turvey really weighted that kick beautifully, and Everett Pinkowski getting up, almost getting his hands on it. Well done by Holden Sawatsky to be able to bring it down, and we haven't gotten to see Curran get over the ball too much successfully, and know he's a jackal threat. This will be a big scrum here, Chris.
Well, that Vancouver Wave scrum dominant at first. A few issues on the tight head side, but this time able to hold firm. Good service from Hall. Activating the centers. Brooks getting into the action. Hall, a little bit of gamesmanship perhaps from the interior. One hand on the ball, just disrupting, slowing that ball down an extra second, allowing for that defensive line to fold and get into position. Hall, once again, will go to the air. Surely a contestable, but a bit too long. And it's going to work out in the end. Just a collision off the ball, nothing wrong, says referee Asmus. The Wave rewarded with the put into the scrum.
And it's an interesting tactic that they've pulled out. They didn't show it as much yesterday. Hall going to the box kick multiple times today. Find some space. Pinkowski caught out. Center of the field. Fortuitous bounce, Chris.
Fortuitous indeed. Not getting the tactics quite right, but the results say different. You see in the background here at Abbotsford Exhibition Park, 3 fields all day here on Stadium Field, the under 19s. These boys competing for 3rd place. Coming up shortly, the under 19 girls championship match. Fraser Valley, hometown side, taking on Vancouver Island Crimson Tide.
Great
and
ball.
As the Wave look to launch, they have nothing but green grass in front of them. Try time. Great strike move.
Yeah, that's from Mallet. Off, wearing the number 23 jersey. You saw him at 9. Playing 10 right now. Comes around the back. Puts Clark into space. The really well-weighted pass. The interior players under a lot of pressure trying to cover that much space. And this is the Wave team, just like yesterday, sticking in the game. Sticking in the game, being able to stick around, and now they've picked their time, and they lead with under 10 to go.
Well, just under 10 minutes now. Julius Hall looks to line up the extras to bring this lead out to something a little bit more manageable, because we know Turvey is a threat from anywhere should the interior win a penalty goal. Hall just checking how much time he has, trying to manage the clock. And a picture-perfect strike, splitting the posts. Important conversion, bringing the Wave out to a 14-10 lead.
We'll see what the interior does here. They've opted to go for the contestable last kickoff. Might be the play again. The likes of Gavin Kelly, Everett Pinkowski on the left side here. We know Turvey can put the ball on a dime.
Well, Turvey, bit of a option here, deciding to go with the short contestable again. Perfect contest. Play on, says the referee.
Well done by Everett Pinkowski in the air.
Pinkowski getting his hand on the ball once again. Curran riding the wave from the Vancouver Wave defense. Big tackle put in by Ashworth. It's slow to get up is Grady Curran, but jogging back into his forward pod position, and watch out. Bit of a hospital pass on that delay, but hung on well by the interior. And as they get up to halfway, spilling the ball, but all backwards. Play on, says referee Asmus. And use the thing is the call. A little bit of perhaps frustration from referee Asmus, wanting the game to speed up a little bit more. And Curran with a nice little tip ball. That's better from the interior. Getting on the front foot. Can they use this momentum they've created? Again, a little bit of indecision, creating time for that excellent Vancouver defense to get into position, make their tackles. We have not seen too many tackle breaks from this blue wave of defense so far.
Advantage now.
Penalty advantage. And it looks like the patience of our referee has run out. We are getting formal warning, but there was also an accidental head clash. Warning delivered, though, for the Wave. No more opportunities to infringe, and all putting their hand up, waving back to referee Asmus, and perhaps thinking we got away with one there.
They've given a golden opportunity to this interior team. The one thing is their lineout has not been able to connect so far this game. A lot of pressure on Kern as he strolls up. He can hit his target, get the ball in play, create some opportunities for Gavin Kelly in the center of the field.
Well, big line-out throw coming. We know Tornquist loves to get up in the air. It does so, but enough to disrupt that interior line-out once again, not finding the target. And Jake, as we said yesterday, that law change of the throw being allowed to go not straight if there's no lift from the opponent, it almost has the unintended consequence of every time there's a lift, there's an expectation that the throw has to be perfect.
Yeah, and it's a hard one to manage, and I think, some gamesmanship from teams, just putting someone up allows you to still be able to bring pressure near the back, but across this U19 tournament so far, it's been a big struggle to be able to hit that line-out jumper.
Well, scrum time, not a struggle for the Wave. Well drilled pack of forwards, under the tutelage of Coach O'Flaherty. Julius Hall taking his time, trying to organize the attack, but the ball spills out into the hands of the interior. A little bit isolated. Big clean out has to come, and does, but turned over. Excellent jackal work. First to react, but quicker to react on the next phase. Holding on the decision. The interior looking like they really want this game.
I almost wonder if you just keep the ball in play here. Maybe look to use the scrum. They've decided to go back.
Well, Turvey turning down the option for 3 points. Was asked the question. We heard the voice of Coach Coriali coming in. Can you hit it? And shake of the head.
I just don't think that's probably not the move points-wise, Chris. You're down by 4. The struggles in the line-out continuing. I think you might just want to keep the ball, tap it, try and break this Wave team. Again, it's a lot of pressure. Voice crack, voice. A lot of pressure on Grady Curran.
Well, a lot of pressure in the commentary booth in these games. When they come down to the wire, we saw a tight finish in the interior Fraser Valley game yesterday. Won at the death via penalty goal from McDonald. Making amends after missing one from straight in front. And penalty advantage once again. Offside were the Wave. Relentless pressure coming in. The kick pass playing under that penalty advantage. The free hit almost comes off. The touchline is the winner.
In the back.
But a bit of a push off the ball. Nothing really in it. But it looks like referee Asmus giving options to Turvey with their penalty. Wave penalized for offside, and captains being called in. And just a quick message from referee Asmus, stern words. raise the standards. The professional rugby referee we're privileged to have here in British Columbia. And yes, well taken opportunity for both sides. Time's off. They're going to have a conversation. Referee Aspen's reminding them that she's well aware they rather be playing later today, but here we are.
No nonsense.
Let's
What you want.
put some rugby on display for as we hear our crowd coming into their voice here on Rotary Stadium Field. Turvey going the tap option, finding Curran, but met by a big wave of defense, but finding a bit of room through a loose tackle, Jake. So close to the line, and massive space on the left, but no try. Forward past the decision, much to the chagrin of this well-supported interior side.
I think that might be the right call, Chris. Again, it's been a trend today for this interior team. They're being quite flat.
Well, that forward pass always at risk when we have a static passer. It just paints a picture of that ball traveling forward rather than someone who's running with momentum. They usually get a little bit more love from the referees. And in the words of referee Asmus, if it looks cool, play on. And in her mind, that wasn't quite the standard of cool.
It's a hard metric to gauge, but she's in a great spot. And again, Turvey, it's the right decision, but maybe just trying to rush it.
Maybe going through the phases as well, Jake, because the clock is very much on the side of the interior as we...
Oh, and they've got a penalty.
And penalized.
Big moments, Chris. Oh, no, they reset. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, reset, time off, and instruction from the referee. No cheap penalties in this area of the field was the message. Super important because we know should the interior disrupt this scrum, the game's all but won, and the Wave need to go 95 meters. Apologies, the Wave looking to hang on to possession. The interior needed to go 5 meters. So we are on day 2 here at the Provincial Regional Championships, and yes, as my partner in commentary mentioned, all they need to do is kick it out. They win the ball, they've kicked it out, and they have won this third place match. The Vancouver Wave 14, Interior 10. Coming up, the Under-19 Girls Championship match, followed by the Under-19 Boys Championship match here at Abbotsford Exhibition Park. We are live all day on BC Rugby YouTube main channel. For Jake Teal, I'm Chris Asmus. We'll see you soon.
We ain't like them. Never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. We ain't like them. Never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and them boys, we ain't friends.
Way! Her teammate on the left edge. Try time. Crimson Tide open the scoring. Well, some might say a fortuitous bounce of the ball. The Valley turning the throw over. But that not so hometown bounce here on Rotary Stadium Field at Abbotsford Exhibition Park. Falling the way of the Crimson Tide. Scoring their first try. And a beautiful right foot conversion curling inside the left-hand post, adding the extras. Crimson Tide up by 7. Well, Charlie Hutton, the creator of that move, able to get hands on the ball once again. The Crimson Tide looking to build, unleashing their threats on the edges. Russo, Maya Olsen, Speed Merchants, Briar Tate, nice pullback pass. Trying to find a little bit of room to run. Barrick lays it back and opting to go to the right foot, seeing that the back three from the Valley were up in the defensive line, lots of space, and taking the easy meters, forcing Fraser Valley back into their own half.
Right here, White.
Well, the lineout functions on this occasion, but a bit of miscommunication in the backs for the Fraser Valley, and once again charged down under pressure and penalized for a tackle off the ball. Crimson Tide rewarded for being first to react. They'll look to put this into the corner. Not quite the distance. I'm sure this coaching staff, led by Morton and Alejandro Chavez, would have wanted, but nonetheless, they found touch and they're in a position to add to their lead. Already out to that 7-point advantage here in the opening stages. Abigail Stanley waits for the call, deciding to go to the front. Unconventional long pop from the Crimson Tide doesn't go to hand. Fraser Valley will have a chance to flex their muscles at scrum time. Well, referee Roberts getting the scrum set up. Emily Sinclair giving instructions to a back line. Front football for the Valley. Handling a little bit of early nerves, perhaps, for the Fraser Valley under 19 women. Trying to best their runner-up performance last year at Shawnigan Lake, where fantastic try from Cyprus Desamore Schmidt, the UVic product, put her team away on the right edge on the Canada field, allowed the Crimson Tide to lift the title. Now Crimson Tide, looking to defend their championship, will have a chance to add to their lead. Line out just outside the 22. Ball falling to ground, trying to scramble possession were the Crimson Tide, but a territorial net gain for the Fraser Valley. They'll have the put in to the line out 10 meters inside their own half. Adebisi finds her target at line out time, allowing this attack to get into gear. Lucas Benisaba with the offload and the support. A lot of these Fraser Valley athletes, despite the gusto at scrum time, playing a lot of sevens rugby, a lot of individual skills developed. As Valence injects herself into the line and taking on defenders, almost 2 or 3 at a time. Valley able to suck in enough numbers and winning the penalty, tackler not rolling away. The concern here for Abigail Stanley, their captain, UBC product, is getting caught on the wrong side of that tackle. Is up on her feet. Thanks the athletic therapist for the hand and gets on with the game. Fraser Valley will look to find touch. Lovely touch finder. Indeed, just outside the 22. First real opportunity to threaten the Crimson Tide try line for these under 19 Fraser Valley Venom players. Going to the middle of the lineup, it's maul time. Not able to find the handle at the base was Adebisi, but still in possession for Fraser Valley. Trying to scramble away possession as much as possible with Bryn Sullivan. And a big clean out needed to happen from Joel Kuyik. And leg drive. Ray Geddard getting over the gain line. And back to the penalty. Offside were the Crimson Tide defenders. Once again, the Valley getting an opportunity to kick for the corner. Discussion of what to do. Coach Quinto relays the message onto the field. Fraser Valley choose the scrum. Not quite backing the high risk kick to the corner. Quite a few meters from the touchline. They'll go to their strength attacking options, right and left for the Valley. A few questions to be asked of this Crimson Tide defense. Dominant surge from the Fraser Valley pack, looking for options. Sinclair going straight away to the edge, finding Kuyik, who does well to ride the tackle and maintain possession. Big carry into the line, Poppy Elcock. And Sinclair, great service from the base once again, and throwing the intercept, not what was drawn up, and nothing to do but scramble back in defense. Excellent effort from the Crimson Tide to support that 50-meter line break. Having the patience to keep building, but losing the handle, maybe not the offload that needed to happen. one more phase, and there was some space out on the left side. Kira Mossman was just begging for that ball to be thrown wide. Saw yesterday the speed on the edges from this Crimson Tide back three. Lethal. Just over 12 minutes gone here in this opening half. Solid scrum once again for the Fraser Valley. Sinclair distributes. Valance looking to suck in a few defenders on the edge. Fraser Valley back to a bit of confusion amongst the forwards, but Poppy Elcock there to secure. And Sinclair puts the contestable a little bit too far. This is dangerous for the Fraser Valley, but the Crimson Tide unable once again to find the handle and capitalize on that contestable kick that was just a little bit too long. Sinclair probably was trying to get the ball into a position where they could get a tap back, find some open space themselves, create that fractured, broken field that their opponents are so used to capitalizing on. Solid scrum once again from the Fraser Valley. Looking to go wide, Lucas Belisaba. Loop play. The Valley flat pass, says the referee. Play on. Valley continue, but as we see on screen here in front of the grandstand at Rotary Stadium here at Abbotsford Exhibition Park, tackler in the way. Crimson Tide penalized. And looking to find touch and doing so. Katie Sumners. Trusting that right foot from a pretty difficult angle. Early substitution being utilized by Coach Chavez. Carroll into the game, as well as Mossman. At a BC. Looks to find the middle, finds Elcock. Sinclair into Sumners, Lucas Belisaba. Beautiful pullback pass off the left hand, and quite a bit of space on the right edge, but the pass checking the runner. Unable to hang on to the ball. The Fraser Valley gifting possession back to the Crimson Tide. Still an opportunity here for the Valley to apply pressure with that scrum. We've seen what they can do on their possession, but so often the put inside, the more difficult challenge at scrum time, that hooker having to raise that foot, hook the ball for a moment, and effectively scrummaging against three props on the other side as that non-put-in hooker generally just has to drive the legs. Valley definitely looking to put some pressure on this Crimson Tide scrum. And holding firm, but not firm enough, as we see the tight head, or rather loose head side on that far side of your screen, knee on the ground. effectively negating the Fraser Valley surge, illegally so. And a fortuitous bounce for the Fraser Valley. Not Sumner's best effort in terms of finding touch, but in any case, Fraser Valley will have the throw into the line out. Dangerous attacking position. 10 meters from the line. Finding her target again is Adavisi. But not straight. Communication coming in from the referee. Scrummer lineout's the choice. Again, that Fraser Valley dominant scrum as we saw. That's how they got down here in the first place. Forcing the Crimson Tide to take the lineout instead of the scrum. Difficult conditions. The wind's starting to pick up in the afternoon here in beautiful Abbotsford, British Columbia, as it tends to do. Those thermal winds coming off the mountains into the Fraser Valley as they converge towards the interior of our province and trying to break the line. It's Poppy Elcock. Bit of confusion caused by a good counteract from the Crimson Tide, and that is class. McGee decides to go herself, takes on 3 defenders, ball tucked under the right arm, try time, Fraser Valley. Well, it definitely had a air of inevitability about it, that try. Sasha McGee just relentless, working into those areas, showing no signs of fatigue after 5 or 6 scrum efforts. Still has the running legs going, finishing off a well-worked try from the Fraser Valley. And unable to add the extras from in front. That could prove costly later on in the match. Just over 19 minutes gone. We'll have our first hydration break shortly. Referee Roberts just checking the watch. Two points the lead for the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. Restarts such a strength of their game. Their opening match against the Vancouver Interior Combined Region, but this time a little bit too long, and that is not the runner to give space to Amber Valance. But corralled nicely on the edge, and a dominant surge once again from the Fraser Valley through Ria Getter. And our first hydration break is upon us. Tight stuff so far, 20 minutes gone. Crimson Tide up 7 points to 5. We'll take a break. Welcome back after our first hydration break today. These athletes having played yesterday, playing a modified format today. They'll play 20 minutes with a 5-minute interval, another 20 with a 10-minute interval, and then same thing in the second half, 20, 5-minute break, and then a final 20 minutes to decide the championship in this under-19 girls division here at the 2026 Provincial Regional Championships. And looking to go wide, getting the ball in the hands of Amber Valance, winning a penalty via the high tackle coming in from the Crimson Tide. A little bit upright in defense. And that is the spirit of that law change that has just come in for these athletes and will be across the country for competition starting after July 1st. That sternum line, but designed to encourage those tacklers to bend at the knees, bend at the hips, like we've just seen. Not quite bent enough. That upright tackle drawing the penalty for the Crimson Tide. Always a big adjustment, trying to chop the feet and drop the height without compromising that line speed. Term coaches use so often. Best summary of that law change we've had a chance to hear was upright people get penalized, bent people get rewards. And with that penalty, Crimson Tide are looking to stretch their lead to 10 points. So important getting that lead to be outside of the penalty goal range, because we all know on this field there are many goal kickers who can slot them from range, and making no mistake, Regan with that right foot adding 3 points to the Crimson Tide's tally. They lead 10 points to 5. Battling this Fraser Valley heat. Bit of haze in the distance. Up near 30 degrees now. Well conditioned, these athletes, despite the fact they play most of their rugby in the winter months here in British Columbia. They adapt, they prepare, and unable to secure that turnover off the kickoff was Claudia Valance. But the Valley don't mind. Scrum time is their time, in the words of Coach Simon Quinto. A few instructions coming in from Sumners, organizing that defensive line in the backs. And big scrum from the Fraser Valley. The Crimson Tide doing just enough to scramble at the base. And a beautiful ball off the right hand onto the left edge. Getting into their stride are the Crimson Tide. And trying to draw in defenders. A little bit of variation coming in from the Tide. That pass probably needs to go early, but the intercept negated. Crimson Tide playing under the safety of that penalty advantage offside were the Fraser Valley. Decision time once again. We know that right foot of O'Regan, so effective. But this time not electing for 3 points, and maybe a bit of psychological warfare here. Crimson Tide going for the scrum, which is the alleged wheelhouse of their opponents. Again, Definitely trying to run a move in these midfield channels. And too much movement before the ball moving in, but definitely get a sense that the team in white struggling a little bit at scrum time. That tight head side, right hand side of the scrum hasn't been very stable for them. So important for that tight head to be able to lock down, not go backwards, giving that time and space for that ball to come off the hooker's foot. Get the ball into hands of Stanley at the base of the scrum. And once again, patience shown here by referee Roberts. Fraser Valley saying you have not done enough for the reward, instructing them that the picture to show is going forward on both sides of the scrum. It's often easy to go up on the left-hand side, a bit harder on Sasha McGee's tight head side. Sasha McGee, one of those players that accepts challenges, says, okay, I'll show you. Once again, turning the screw, or the Fraser Valley, the ball coming out, but the scrum had already folded under pressure, collapsing the decision. Fraser Valley rewarded. They just need to get that line out functioning. Having the scrum without the line out, not the recipe for points. They're going to start to need as this clock ticks away in this first half. 13 minutes and a half to play in this championship opening half in the under-19 division at the 2026 Provincial Regional Championships. We're at Abbotsford Exhibition Park. We've enjoyed nearly 2 days of rugby. These athletes, the next generations, including our under-15s on Field 2. Also live on BC Rugby YouTube main channel. And our under-17 division on Field 1 all day. Thank our production crew here at We Film Events. Great job bringing us these pictures. And unable to capitalize on that scrum advantage, but no bother for the Fraser Valley. They will get the put into the scrum right on that halfway line. Does open up some kicking opportunities, that 50-22 option. Scrum being on the halfway line, meaning that, as they say, the 50-22 is on, so that ball being kicked indirectly into touch inside that 22 of the Crimson Tide would give the Fraser Valley the put into the lineout. But again, that lineout has not gone to plan so far at this year's championships. Fraser Valley getting a big surge, choosing to play, and a little bit of trouble for Sumners in the backfield, and a massive clean out by Adriana Huber coming in from fullback. And, no stranger to the sevens game where you've got to do it all. And spilt in contact. Header not able to find the handle. But again, the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide scrum under massive amounts of pressure. See what Coach Morton and Chavez have up their sleeves in terms of their substitution strategy. To have an extended squad, 24 players who can be interchanged. We've seen their male counterparts from Vancouver Island, the under-19 boys team coming up in their final later on today, using that, as my partner in commentary earlier said, the hockey style line change Haven't quite seen the same strategy on the female side of the tournament. Massive scrum pressure, but doing just enough to hang on with the Crimson Tide, but not hanging on to possession. Ball spilling forward, handing the ball back to the Fraser Valley. And substitution here. Opportunity, see what she can do. Summer Rizal, jersey 23, Abbotsford product. And once again, thank you to all of our clubs in the Fraser Valley region, especially Abbotsford, who have helped us here at BC Rugby in hosting this event and making it memorable for these athletes, spectators, and parents. And Rizal, who unconventionally in the halfback role takes on the defense, sucking in several tacklers, and a big shot coming in on the ball as Adebisi gets a carry. And McGee taking on the line as well. Lucas Venisaba trying to get that ball wide to Valence, but ball not going to hand, but all backwards. Play on. Twin sister Claudia Valence able to support Abbotsford Rugby Club products. Rizal, good service once again. And looking for width, they're trying to release Huber on the edge, who gets the offload away. And perhaps going too wide too soon, not having the support arrive in time, holding on. Crimson Tide rewarded for the jackal. And a bit of concern here in back play. Athletic therapist on the field. Water carriers working hard to run on the water. And Morton back on her feet. Always good to see. And looking for the corner are the Crimson Tide, trying to add more scoreboard pressure in this under-19 final. Just over 7 minutes to play in this opening half. The athletes will have a full 10-minute halftime. Get out of the sun, take some fluids on board. Perhaps get a few messages in from the coaching staff. As we look on here, we are in championship hour on field 1, the under 17s on the male side, poised to decide who will lift the championship trophy, much like we are here on the Rotary Stadium field at Abbotsford Exhibition Park. The Crimson Tide looking to wind up again. That dangerous attack, unleash into a bit of space. Their speed, and met well by Lucas Barisaba. In defense, not able to pose a jackal threat, but a big shot put in by Adebisi, slowing down this Crimson Tide attack, but illegally so. Not rolling away the decision. Crimson Tide rewarded, and they will, on this occasion, take the shot at goal, trying to stretch that lead out to beyond a converted try. A lot of educators on the field at the moment. Referee Roberts, a teacher with the Vancouver School Board, and one of the posts, familiar sights of Dr. Phil Webster. Chemistry master at St. George's, and Mr. Nick Allen, school administrator himself, and no doubt about it, taking a turn, picking up the tee, adding 3 points. So Regan and the Crimson Tide are out to a 13-5 lead, starting to mount that scoreboard pressure. Still plenty of time. Just under 5 minutes in this first half, and then the athletes will have that 20-minute period, 5-minute break, and a final 20 minutes to decide the 2026 Provincial Regional Championship here in the Under-19 Girls Division. And not the greatest restart. Bit of a squib kick. Easy for the Crimson Tide to gather and wind up this attack once again. And a big tackle coming in from Sasha McGee. Up on her feet, back in the fight, as so many coaches want to see. Coach is my commentary partner earlier, Jake Teal, coach of the Under-19 provincial team, the BC Bears, heading to the Canadian Rugby Championships later on in Guelph, Ontario this month. And kicking error coming in from the Valley, straight into touch, negating that territory gained by the kick, and the Crimson Tide will have the put into the line out just inside the Fraser Valley 10-meter line. A few instructions coming in from O'Regan from the back line. Crimson Tide, not the throw they needed. And options, bit of hesitation, but I'm sure Coach Quinto wouldn't have hesitated in saying the word scrum, as the Fraser Valley has been all over that category today, showing dominance up front. And that single half lift at the front of the line out, putting enough pressure on Morton's throw. Not finding the target. The consequence is a scrum. Referee Roberts opting to reset, but patience may be waning with a few resets and penalties already awarded. Crimson Tide not on the right side of the scrums, so to speak. Roselle poised to introduce this ball into this 16-player pushing contest, which Poppy Elcock says, "I'll take that." Finds an edge on the right-hand side. Going back against the grain, and tackle coming in just low enough, says the referee. Play on, and Valence finds her twin sister on the edge. Quick offload in the contact to Joel Kuyik, and able to generate an advantage here, free hit here for the Fraser Valley. And Gerhard penalized for that unnecessary open hand to the face. So often offend trying to actually push someone away from you, no problem, but if it's avoidable head contact, as referee Roberts decided, it will be penalized, and so it was. Crimson Tide rewarded in defense that loose fend a result of defensive pressure, which they've been putting on in spades most of the afternoon. So line out, throw here. Sophie Hayes looking to improve. Trying to sort out the numbers, make sure the receiver is clear, and plucking the ball out of the air was Astridge, and the Crimson Tide slowly but surely building this attack, trying to put on a bit of footwork to find a soft shoulder in this Fraser Valley defense, and doing quite well to maintain possession through these phases. These first 3 phases, so important to get the defense moving backwards, slow the fold in the defensive line, and slowing the ball down illegally. High tackle coming in from the Fraser Valley, and we could have a bit of trouble here for Esther Adebisi. Not 10 making the tackle. Once again, Hayes releases her teammate on the left edge. And turned over, getting a little bit isolated. The speculative offload thrown by Sasha McGee goes to hand for the Valley, looking to attack from deep. And at this stage, clock's in the red. Question would be it be safer to kick the ball in a touch, take half time, and we'll find out as the ball was turned over. The Crimson Tide will look to add to their tally in the dying seconds of this opening half, and big contact coming in. Crimson Tide able to hang on. Vital clean out coming in from Astridge. Crimson Tide, a lot of space in front, and looking for the line. Stretch, one player to beat, and getting the ball down. Try time, Crimson Tide. Vital score at this time. 18 points to 5. The hill is getting steeper here in the Fraser Valley for the Venom. Well, just poise and experience. Handy size, Hayes getting into the action. And having the confidence to go for the line. The poise to hang on to the ball. Adding that 5 points and looking to maximize the tally. Crimson Tide. Conversion is not successful on this occasion, but that brings up halftime. Vancouver Island 18, Fraser Valley 5. We'll be back in a few moments to bring you the second half, and then once again, championship time here at the PRCs at Abbotsford Exhibition Park. We'll be deciding who lifts the trophy coming up. Welcome back to the second half of the Under-19 Championship match here at the 2026 Provincial Regional Championships. Finding the safety of touch with the restart are the Fraser Valley. Playing in that gold kit from left to right on your screen. Crimson Tide from Vancouver Island in that white kit. Had a bit of line out difficulty in the first half. Time to right the wrong straight away for the women in white. If they can get clean ball, they have options. So much speed in the outside channels. The line out has been the Achilles heel, and overthrow, but play on, says the referee. And doing well to hang on to the ball from that bullet of a pass. Badi Saba is called off that breakdown and looks to be a bit of concern on the Crimson Tide side. Looks like there may have been a head clash, bit of friendly fire between two white jerseys, and stopping the game for the concern of the player not getting in the way. Running repairs on the go here, and referee Roberts will set the scrum. Safety paramount, but not what the Crimson Tide would have wanted. A scrum with a rested Fraser Valley pack who dominated the scrum in the opening stanza. And once again, big scrum coming in, but dealing with the secondary shove quite well was that Crimson Tide scrum. A few words of wisdom from Coach Chavez and Morton at halftime, surely. And the Valley looking to get the ball into the wide channels and playing with fire as Hayes was lurking, but pinning her ears back is Emily Sinclair. And Emily Sinclair is able to get half the length of the field, dot the ball down. Try time, Fraser Valley. And perhaps waiting a bit too long to ground that ball. Catching a knee from the trailing runner on the way down. No foul play decided from our match officials. But Sinclair with that speed from the base, from the halfback position. Vital key to this Fraser Valley machine, who have cut into the Crimson Tide lead. And Murchison will look to bring her side within 6 points. Last look at the post for Murchison. Right foot strike is better, but still pushed out to the right. Unsuccessful conversion. Maintains the 8-point gap. Crimson Tide on top. Not quite one hand on the trophy yet, but with just over 35 minutes to go. That scoreboard pressure, another penalty goal could prove vital, and it looks like Sinclair has been substituted and almost able to pluck the ball out of the sky on that restart was Irvine, and Roselle in at scrum half in place of Sinclair. trying to get her side moving forward. And speaking of moving forward, Shepard gets over the gain line. And Lucas Barisaba doing what she often does, slicing into defensive lines, winning the penalty. Tackler not rolling away. Those dominant carries and leg drives can prove quite awkward for tacklers who get trapped on the wrong side. And our referees are looking for simple things like, are they in the way or not? And not in touch was that kick. Coach Killer, as we said previously in this tournament, and the dangerous footwork of McCluskey introduced into the game. And quite a bit of room here for Briar Tate, stretching her legs. Crimson Tide going to that flow side on the right edge, and a crunching tackle once again. Lucas Barisaba slow to get back in the line after making that hit, but turned over, all coming from that dominant collision. And Sasha McKee takes on two tacklers, gets her side up almost at the halfway line. Lucas Barisaba shifting the ball on nicely and trying to get the ball into the speed merchant that is Amber Valance, who's played for BC before, 7s and 15s, the under 17 level. And opportunity now for the Valley, a scattered Crimson Tide defense. And once again, quick ball available for Roselle Adebisi. Another safe carry from her. And Shepard getting up over the line, looking for the offload. And onto the right edge. Roselle looking to spread the ball back into the midfield, and a big collision coming in on Adebisi. Upright tackle once again. High tackle given by the referee, and Sasha McGee able to hang on to the ball, but back to a penalty, offside the decision. Crimson Tide have to be careful here. Discipline has not been of the top drawer variety in the second half. Decision time here for the Venom. This Fraser Valley side will go with the tap play. They need 2 scores to get back out in front, and Sasha McGee goes straight up the middle, denting this Crimson Tide backline. And a little bit high in the carry. Crimson Tide doing well to get under the ball. Fraser Valley over the line, but ball held up, goal line dropout. Such a precarious position as Sophie Hayes is told to wait because her team is sending on wholesale changes. 5 players coming onto the field. As time ticks on in this second half, the goal line dropout, not the height that the Crimson Tide would have wanted, giving a lot of time and space for this Fraser Valley team to build momentum. Lucas Barisaba tried to shift the ball, but Valance was just a little too flat. And taking on defenders one by one. This Crimson Tide defensive effort, formidable so far, and big clean out coming in, had to be done. Sasha McGee. And screaming for numbers on the left side are the Crimson Tide defenders, but doing well to slow down the ball through that dominant tackle, but not the right decision there from Sophie Hayes, giving away that penalty, taking out the halfback, and Coach Morton and Chavez hands on heads as they were in control. They managed to turn that fractured defense into slow ball for the Venom, and those slow ball penalties so damaging. Unforced errors that not only get the penalty count mounting up and risk yellow cards and so on, but give opportunities for teams to run set piece moves like this one. And it's quite a simple one, but it's effective. Sasha McGee through the middle, doing what she loves to do and trying to find a bit of open space here. Valance does well. Getting the leg drive going, the pass not going to hand, but poised from the front row forwards. Boswell able to collect the ball and deliver the right option, and Valance gets the ball wide. And Bryn Sullivan asking questions of this Crimson Tide defense, and referee Roberts says penalty advantage. Free hit here for the Venom. And screaming for the wide ball, that's Valance in the open field with the offload, finishing it beautifully. On the edge is Boswell. Try time, Fraser Valley. And as we get deeper into this second half, a little over 7 minutes to go until our second hydration break of the afternoon. The Fraser Valley have cut further into this Crimson Tide lead. 3 points the gap now, looking to cut it down to a single point. And the strike is good. Sullivan likes it, takes a sip of water, adds the extras. 18-17 now. Crimson Tide hanging on to that narrow lead. But it's been all Valley in the second half. Crimson Tide making work very hard for themselves. Bit of ill discipline, but managing to get their tackles made. But almost inevitably, that much pressure eventually leading to points. And the deep restart now will back their defense in these areas, in those fractured spaces, as Adebisi takes on half the team herself, and Boswell does really well to free the hands. Back to McGee and Adebisi, the front rows getting involved. Numbers 1, 2, and 3, Roselle spreads. Barisaba, that second playmaker, so dangerous, is able to get the offload away. And Hugh is trying to find the offload, isn't able to do it. Elects for the safe option. The inside ball not going to hand. Lost forward by the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide walking a little hesitantly to this scrum because they know what's coming. The Fraser Valley Venom, they've been an almost unstoppable force at scrum time. Abigail Hall looking to get this ball in and out as quick as she can. And much better scrum at the beginning for the Crimson Tide, eventually buckling, but after the ball was gone. And now into the open spaces where they are most dangerous are the Crimson Tide up over the 22. The ball needed to go a bit quicker as Lucas Barisaba takes advantage, stopping the Crimson Tide attack in their tracks, but getting stuck on the wrong side. Tackler not rolling away the decision. Now an interesting call coming up here for the Crimson Tide. They will ask for the tee to come on the field. 3 points. So important to push that lead out to over what a penalty goal would get the Fraser Valley on the other side. Goal kicking has been quite good across the tournament, but perhaps a commentator's curse there, pulling the ball across the face of the post, and Fraser Valley escape without conceding, and flying up out of the line was Adebisi. And penalty coming in once again. Now the Venom struggling with a little bit of ill discipline. Losing the handle though, maybe not trusting the line out. Came back to haunt them as that quick tap, all that energy expended getting across the field in support and having to play fast. The hands not catching up to the speed of the feet and the ball hitting the ground, costing the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide possession. And again, solid scrum from the Fraser Valley as the ball gets to the centers, and Valence has been not necessarily getting the ball in the spaces she likes to open up that stride, switching her on the play under tremendous pressure, playing near the shadow of their own posts are this Fraser Valley Venom, and getting out of jail this time. High tackle coming in. Again, those upright tackles can be quite costly, especially at either end of the field, either taking pressure off a team or giving opportunities to score points. So in the background, the medal presentations starting for the under 17 and under 15 divisions. Of course, this the final championship match in the under 19 girls division at the 2026 provincial regional championships. 1 point separating the two teams. One will take home the gold. Coming up at 3:30, just under 45 minutes time, the boys sides, Fraser Valley and Vancouver Island Crimson Tide, a rematch, male edition. And not the greatest of exits from the Fraser Valley. They have not been in this position too often this game, and although the Crimson Tide lineout has faltered at times, if they get it right here, they could unleash their weapons in the back line. Bit of an early jump coming in from Venom, but not affecting the throw. And we will take our final hydration break. 5 minutes time, we will have our last 20 minutes to decide this championship match in the under-19 girls division here at the 2026 Provincial Regional Championships. We'll be right back.
We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end, never leave crib for the end. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end, never leave crib for the end. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the end. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the end. Me and them boys, we ain't friends.
It starts here. Precision in every detail. Focus locked. Trust your strike. From every angle, for every moment. Gilbert Rugby Canada, the official match ball of BC Rugby.
Welcome back to the final 20 minutes of play in this under-19 girls championship match at the 2026 Provincial Regional Championships. And getting us underway is Poppy Elcock off the base of that solid Fraser Valley scrum. And trying to find a bit of space is Sullivan. Again, this Crimson Tide side have done a lot of defending across the opening 3 quarters of this match. Doing quite well. Discipline faltering at times, but tackle completion very, very good. But into the open spaces is the hooker, Esther Adebisi. And working those offload channels are Fraser Valley, but doing very, very well to turn the ball over is Briar. There's Briar Tate. Basketball style offload going to hand, and a bit of danger here for the Venom as this Crimson Tide side loves a counterattack. There's Briar Tate once again getting into the open spaces, and a bit of a 2-on-2 on the edge here, but not quite able to keep her feet. In the jackal was Pemberton, and a bit of concern in the background here. And these coaches and medical staff have done quite well keeping these athletes healthy. At this stage, we see on screen as well, a bit of cramp setting in. Those muscles feeling the strain of those running meters. And looks like we are almost back to a full complement. The Crimson Tide on screen just looking poised, but enjoying their rugby. The attitude is competitiveness, levity. They play the game at a high speed, great spirits. Elcock back on her feet for the Fraser Valley. And Crimson Tide will have this penalty, probably a little bit outside the range of their goal kicking options in O'Regan and Sophie Hayes as well. And good touch finder there, putting the Crimson Tide 32 meters or so from the line. The score now would definitely ease the tension in the coaching box for certain. For those of you at home, fans of the Vancouver Island region, the 1 point lead, not the safest, but they are in a great position now. The line out has not been the strong suit, but it will go to the back and it will look for Tate, and just able to get a hand on that and flick it in the direction of the jerseys in white. And working it well through the hands, Hayes with a great offload. And space not quite there on the edge to get around the last defender, but still with the Crimson Tide approaching the 22. And getting on her feet in a position to jackal was Claudia Valence, the Abbotsford Rugby Club product. So effective in that area, but the Crimson Tide support has been quite present. We haven't seen too many jackals of the legal variety. Full credit to all of these players working off the ball, unselfish in support, doing the hard things, the little things. But often, as our Bears coaches for the under 19s look on, those are the things they'll be looking for. And the maul gets going for the Fraser Valley, getting a few meters, but well stopped by the Crimson Tide, forcing the handling error. Tons of pressure on here. It's a foot race. And Murchison able to get there first. Lays the ball back, but not out of the woods yet. Counter ruck is on. Crimson Tide look to have turned over the ball. Not quite, says referee Roberts, and Sophie Hayes penalized for side entry. Dominating the counter ruck, but sometimes such a tough decision, ending up on the wrong side when the ball's still in. So tempting to go pick it up, but not the right answer according to the referee, but missing touch and trying to take advantage of this scattered Fraser Valley defensive line, reorganizing quite nicely, and offload not quite going to hand for Briar Tate, and little nudge through, well met by Valence, but forced to go into touch. That will hand the ball back to the Crimson Tide, but time off here. We were under a penalty advantage. Referee Roberts having a word with Valence. Or rather, Poppy Elcock. And high tackle the decision. A few of them coming into the penalty count for both sides. That upright tackle picture, something that coaches are working quite hard to improve, not only to improve player welfare, maximize player safety, but also to improve the dominance of their defense, as low hard tackles are the order of the day to stop these threatening ball carriers that are all across the field for both these sides. The selectors for the BC Bears, tall order in front of them to pick that team to defend the national championship title. We'll head to Ontario, and alongside the under-17s who will tour Ontario as well, and our U15 division who are wrapping up shortly on Field 2. We'll be having BC Bears summer camp to help give the players the tools they need to fill the shoes of the ones on the field right now. And on the right edge, lots of space available for the Crimson Tide. Can they get it down? Corner flag gone, but that doesn't matter. Ball grounded, try time, Crimson Tide. Well, once they got the ball to the edge, danger time. Mossman, Astridge, Stanley, so many threats in this Crimson Tide attack. Able to find an edge, bit of a narrow field here at Rotary Stadium, which has probably played into the hands of the Fraser Valley, but Crimson Tide able to deal with adversity, unable to add the extras, but stretching that lead out to 6 points, 23 points to 17. Just over 10 minutes to go. Not quite thinking about the trophy, but crossing the minds of some of these supporters for sure. Numbers growing quite steadily this morning and throughout the early afternoon. Lucas Barisaba goes long, and the Crimson Tide have to be careful here. Turnover could be quite costly in this area of the field with the strength of that Fraser Valley pack. Going wide, bit of a bounce pass, but going to hand eventually, and bundled into touch. McCluskey and Fraser Valley, vital line out for them. Not much time to waste here. They do take a while to get going, but when they do, almost unstoppable. But line out time for all of these teams has not been the class of the tournament. A lot of pressure being put on by opposition. Byron Tate gets up and in the air. Pressure on the throw. Eventually works out. Rizal tries to go via the kick pass. Watching a bit of the World Cup, I'm sure. But into the hands of the Crimson Tide. Possession the key now for them. The clock a factor. Bit of a threat. Running up the guts, but well met in defense. Queuing up on the left-hand side. Hayes releasing Tate. Great leg drive. Sucking in defenders, but back on their feet quickly are the Venom. The Vancouver Island Crimson Tide closing in on another try, perhaps, if they can hang on to the ball, but knock on and then offside. Just a moment of panic and then playing the ball from in front of her teammate. Barrick not having the presence to just leave that ball, but in two minds because obviously doesn't want to just hand it to the opposition. And unfortunately, as we say that, the ball handed back to the Crimson Tide and tied her up over halfway, earning a penalty advantage now. Another high tackle, maybe trouble for the Venom. And here come the Tide, up over halfway. And player down in back play here. And I believe Sasha McKee, the tackler, ended up in an upright position and has actually injured herself in the process. But again, so important to lower that height, that balance between line speed coming up forward at pace and having your feet underneath you in a position to bend at the knees and bend at the hips and make that dominant legal tackle. Such a tough line. And just waiting for the go-ahead from our athletic therapist staff here at BC Rugby, who do such a good job keeping our athletes prepared and looked after so they can do what they love to do out here at beautiful Abbotsford Exhibition Park, Rotary Stadium. Crimson Tide going the tap play route once again. Sophie Hayes safely laying the ball back. Now working the phases, handy sides. Getting through several tackles back onto her feet and isolated that extra bit of leg drive, almost counterintuitively the reason for that jackal. Crimson Tide rewarded, and they will opt for the scrum. Creating some options in the back line, sucking in those forwards, especially if they can get a dominant shove on that will keep those forwards on the back foot, so to speak. Closing in on the last 5 minutes here of the championship match, and just what Simon Quinto drew up, the scrum penalty, and then Sophie Elcock, the quick tap, and penalized. Again, that loose fend, not really necessary from Elcock, making contact with the head and the face of the tackler. And that could prove quite costly, as the Venom do get possession back through missing touch, but they are stuck in their own territory. And high tackle coming in here once again from Hayes. And we are in the closing stage of the game, but they do have to be careful not to give away a yellow card or worse. They need all their players, everyone, all hands to the pump in securing this 6-point lead for the Crimson Tide. Valley looking to get something going, but this Crimson Tide defense has been rock solid. Rizal under pressure, looking for options, finding McKee, and just able to hang on to possession of the Valley, but finding Valence with a bit of room to run. Valence showing what she can do in the open field. And Claudia Valence now, twin sister, getting her side moving. And all backwards, a little bit loose ball movement from the Fraser Valley, but under the safety of penalty advantage, we will go back. Referee Roberts, high tackle once again. Penalty count mounting in the closing stages here. Fraser Valley, that maul, we've seen it once in the midfield, never really in the high danger area. We're a little bit far from the line, but we can expect something of that variety. stolen by the Crimson Tide. Not able to get their line out coordinated, either of these sides today, unfortunately for those forward coaches. But the open space running and cover defense has been incredible. Big counter ruck coming in, forcing the off-feet decision. Well-timed counter rucks on and forced to go off her feet to negate the turnover was Barrick. And the interesting grubber kick into touch, not having much of an angle. Lucas Badisaba, Langley product,
1 minute, let's go.
finding a way to do it. And we are approaching the last minute of this championship match. Crimson Tide looking to hang on and able to get the jumper in the air to put pressure on the throat. Just confirming the official time with our technical zone manager, Michael Blaze. Crimson Tide needing to choose an option. Have to finish the set piece. The game can't end on a not straight throw or a kick into touch on a kickoff or restart. We have to get the ball back in play first. Tide looking to go to the back. They need to hang on to possession here. Eat away the last few minutes of the clock, get the ball off the field. Looking to maybe add to their points tally. And maybe a bit too ambitious there, getting isolated in the midfield. Lucas Badisaba with the quick tap after winning the jackal penalty. Poppy Elcock threatening on the right side. Rizal finding Adebisi. Lucas Badisaba in the midfield. A little bit isolated, nearly turned over. Turnover probably would have done it for the Crimson Tide, but the Fraser Valley Venom trying to get up the driveway to knock up on the door, still outside the 22. And there's Boswell getting into the action. Rizal going to the right side. Elcock in support, takes the offload. Elcock able to lay the ball back. Rizal going with the safe option, keeping the ball in tight. Valley not trying to get overextended and a bit of hesitation, but ends up working out in Lucas Badisaba's favor. I think she heard a shriek from the crowd, thought it was a whistle. But the final whistle, not quite. We do have a quick check, but that is indeed the final whistle. Your 2026 provincial regional champions in the under-19 girls division, Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. They back up their title, 23 points to 17. What a finish. Defense, the order of the day, player of the match, very, very difficult to decide for this one. All 15, or should we say all 24 athletes making tackles, tackle completion rate off the charts in this one. Fraser Valley, excellent effort, very gracious in defeat, as most of our teams usually are. Proud rugby players, but not spoiling the moment of their opponents who deservedly took home the title. But the Crimson Tide, deserved winners. In a few moments, the presentations, they will lift the trophy, as we're very proud of in rugby. The players exchanging their congratulations of each other, of their effort, celebrating what they've come here to do. Just put it all out on the field. Thank you to our match officials as well. Referee Justin Roberts keeping 15 players on the field for most of the time. Coming up at 3:30, our final match of the day, the under-19 boys final. But for now, it's all about these Vancouver Island Crimson Tide under-19 women, deserved champions. Fraser Valley, well-earned runner-up medals on the cards for them. We will see you in a short break. After this, I'm Chris Asmus, soon to be joined by Jay Teal. We'll see you soon.
We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the ends. Me and them boys, we ain't friends.
Yes, do it! Shot! Yes! Eyes up! Eyes up! Fire! Fire! Eli, go right! Eli, go right! Eli, right! Ball, Jimmy, over! Eli, cut! Eli, cut! Shot, David! Yes! 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 Shot! Shot! Jack! Find Eli! Find Eli! Shot! Yeah! Look! Yeah! First to the goal line, next one. First to the rally. Yeah, boy. Greg, come on, Barry, let's go. Big one, Greg. That's the talk. That's the chat. Boys, let me. Let's go.
We're live. And a delayed welcome to our last match here on Rotary Stadium Field. The under-19 boys championship match. The Fraser Valley surviving that onslaught of attack from the Crimson Tide in the red jerseys. Attacking from right to left on your screen. And with the put into the scrum, the men in gold from the Fraser Valley will have a chance to flex their muscles here. A fitting end to a great 2 days of rugby here in the heart of the Fraser Valley in Abbotsford. These players, one last chance to put their hand up for selection for the under-19 BC Bears provincial side heading to the Canadian Rugby Championships in Guelph, Ontario later on this month. Referee Justine Blatt-Janmat selected for the national championships herself. It'll be her second tournament. Blatt-Janmat, graduate of UVic, heading for some postgraduate studies in Ontario for a year, then back to BC, applying her trade as a referee. Gifted scrum half in her day, awarding the penalty to the Crimson Tide, collapsing the scrum and into the open spaces with the frog splash. Crimson Tide, try time. Well, came almost out of nothing. Strong scrum up front. The tight head side for the Fraser Valley. El Youssef just having a chat with his front row partner about what went wrong. That collapse opened up the opportunity for the quick tap, and straight through the defense like a hot knife through butter. The Crimson Tide opened the scoring. Conversion successful. They open up their account early on in this game. 7-0 to the men in red. Not the restart that McDonald would have wanted. Handing possession straight back to the Crimson Tide. Their scrum so far earning them that vital quick tap opportunity, leading to the open 7 points. Massive attacking opportunity here for backs stacked to the left-hand side of the scrum, 2 to the right. This Fraser Valley Venom defense, a lot of big bodies in the back line, needing to cover a lot of ground because there's quite a bit of speed in the outside channels here for the Crimson Tide. Referee Blatt-Janmat gets them organized. Big surge coming on from the Valley, and stepping out on the loose head side is the decision. McDonald looking to find a touch, scanning the wind. It does tend to swirl a little bit here in the afternoon hours as the sun activates those thermal winds off the mountains. And well done to save the ball from hitting touch and charge down as well. So the Valley will not have the throw into the line out, but they have pinned the Crimson Tide deep in their own territory. Can they apply more pressure here? Line out, so important at this juncture, especially in these areas of the field. Line out throwing has not been the jewel in the crown, so to speak, of the competition. Plenty to work on for sure for these hookers, these players throwing into the line out, and again, throw not straight. decision time for the Valley. They could opt for that line out 7 meters from the line, or they can have the scrum. Jamma, just a quick explanation. The ball's caught on the outside shoulder. Player from the opposition lifted, means that throw has to be straight. Fraser Valley choosing the scrum. So many attacking options left and right here for the Fraser Valley. They get good production from their scrum, working the phases. Crimson Tide defending in front of their own posts. Carry comes in. Big clean out coming in from Manraj Randawa. Again, trying to knock the defenders off balance as they work their way to the line. Björndal lurking, loves that quick pick from the base. And calling for support on the outside is Michael Outred, the captain. And Outred himself leading from the front with a dominant tackle, slowing down this Fraser Valley attack. Low chop tackle coming in, stopping ball carriers in their tracks. Randawa looking to get his side closer to the line, 5 meters out now. That's El Youssef. Once again, Crimson Tide bending but not breaking here in defense. And finding a bit of open room and finding the try line. Fraser Valley reply. Well, it was a shock start for the men in gold as the opening 3 minutes were all Crimson Tide, crossing the line twice, getting the ball down once, and winning a important scrum penalty and taking advantage for the maximum. McDonald will look to complete the reply and level the scoreline. And the flags are up. We are even in the Under-19 Boys Championship match, 7 points apiece. Slightly shortened version of the game with these players playing so much rugby in a small space over 2 days. 30-minute halves. Just short of the maximum, 35 at this under-19 age category. Outred with his trusted right boot goes long. Björndal dishes to Randawa. Randawa, nice offload. Keeping the men in gold going forward. Again, lots of space in the backfield here. Only 2 players back for the Crimson Tide, but electing to keep the ball in hand. Now they go to the foot. A little bit too slow to react as the ball is spilled by Pavlov, and again, a little bit slow to react for the Fraser Valley, but Crimson Tide have gifted them with possession in a pretty promising attacking area. Bit of a blind side to operate with here. Scrum 7 meters from the touchline. Again, Crimson Tide defending with one player back. Big surge from the Crimson Tide, earning the scrum penalty. Buckling under pressure were the Fraser Valley Venom. And a statement made here from the Crimson Tide. A traditional strength of the Fraser Valley side, but they came to scrummage as well, did the Crimson Tide. Assistant referee Nick Frank indicates the mark, man from Kelowna. Assisting referee Justine Blatchat and AR2 Lance Davison on this side. Once again, line out throw not going to plan. Not straight. Bit of hesitation in the response for the requested option. Scrum or line out. Fraser Valley reluctantly choose scrum as line out throws haven't been great, but now the scrum is starting to show some cracks. If they're able to keep the tight head side secure and locked down, they'll have an opportunity to get this ball back and get out of their own half. But again, doing well, winning the battle on the tight head side. Loose head stepping out once again. Blatchat, quite a bit of work to do at scrum time as we've got a couple penalties each way. Making it clear that she's not going to expect scrums hitting the floor. These players, although young, so experienced, playing rugby nearly 12 months of the year here in British Columbia. Always respond well to challenges. The challenge here for the Fraser Valley, getting the line out right. The two single lifts from the Crimson Tide, putting a bit of pressure onto this Venom lineout, but they do come away with possession, and a little chip over the top steals a few more meters, and tackle was a little bit early. Player was off the ground, so they will play with penalty advantage here. Will the Fraser Valley. Approaching the 22, screaming for the ball is Van Heerden, and trying to put on a little bit of footwork in the wide channels. The Venom doing their best to hang on to possession despite this massive defensive pressure being put on by the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide defensive line. And a bit of a bounce pass comes in. Tackle after the player kicked the ball is the decision, and the penalty will go where that ball landed. Costly mistake for the Crimson Tide. And that mark also comes out to the 15. Designed to not allow players to deliberately pin their opponent in the corner through foul play. Only on those late charges on the kicker does that mark move. And the Venom taking their time. Forwards having that pre-kick to touch meeting, sorting out what they're going to do. getting the ultimate spot to try out what will be surely a driving maul from this Fraser Valley side. Coach Scott Bowers, in the short time he's spent with the team, I'm sure worked quite extensively in this area. Getting the ball to the front and sacked at the source. Great work from the Crimson Tide forwards to negate that maul threat, but now they have to deal with the open spaces, and they've dealt with it well. Turned over by the Crimson Tide. Looking to counterattack from inside their own 22. The space is on. Palov looking for support. Elects to keep the ball. And a little bit of a errant pass, so Outtread decided to pump the ball down the field, but playing under penalty advantage were the Crimson Tide. Fraser Valley penalized. All this Fraser Valley backline threats all over the field. Likes of Driscoll McMeekin, anchored by Outtread. UVic product. Taking not much time to get organized. Once again, this Fraser Valley, or rather Vancouver Island attack in the open spaces, not held in the tackle, out of nowhere. Try number 2, Crimson Tide. Well, not too dissimilar to the opening try. Just slicing through the middle, and you have to say Coach Bowers might expect a little bit more from those first up tackles. Again, creating the opportunity for Padel to score his second. Jogging up to the halfway line. The Valley trying to negate this shift in momentum. They seem to have all the possession and territory for the last 5 minutes, but Crimson Tide, once they had their hands on the ball, got up the field and found room under the posts. 14-7 the lead. Restart goes shallow, not quite going to hand. Crimson Tide under a bit of pressure, able to secure through Weber Smith. And into the action, Mitchell pulling the ball back in for Outtread. Good service as always from Palov, one of the scrum halves, trying to put his hand up for selection for the under-19 BC Bears provincial team heading to the Canadian Rugby Championships later this month. In this final game of what's been a fantastic 2 days of rugby here in Abbotsford in the Fraser Valley on Rotary Stadium, the under-19s have been, and wrapping up on fields 1 with the under-17s and 2 with the 15s as well today. We've been treated to semi-final action yesterday and today the third place matches, and like this one, championship matches in every category. All 4 regions will also receive cumulative points in every division to lift the provincial regional championship trophy for bragging rights of who is the best region in British Columbia. As our provincial coaching staff look on, Curry Hitchborn, Nick Mantle, loving the opportunity to see all of these prospects in one place. And what a place it's been. Near perfect conditions. As near perfect, unfortunately, is not the way we can describe how the lineouts have been. Crimson Tide will have the option. They'll choose the scrum. Lineout and scrum for both sides. It's been a little bit shaky. Again, plenty to work on. As following their representative seasons, these players will have a short break and they'll be straight into preseason, many of them at their universities or their clubs. September is coming soon. Big scrum from the Crimson Tide, getting it right this time. And straight onto the front foot, attacking the Fraser Valley half, and not the best pass, but a fair bit of skill. Able to get the ball, the foot to the ball, so to speak, but in front of the kicker is the decision. And shaping for the kick to touch, but going quickly are the Venom. And Van Heerden drawing a penalty advantage for the high tackle. The quick tap has put the defenses under a bit of pressure, and could be a combination of the 2 days of rugby, very short rest and recovery times. Players not reacting as quickly as the coaching staffs would like them to, surely. But making for exciting stuff. The Venom a chance to get up the driveway and knock on the door to cut into this 7-point Vancouver Island Crimson Tide lead. Just getting the line out organized is referee Justine Blatt-Janmat. Much better line out this time from the Venom. Setting them all a little bit wider than Coach Bowers would have drawn up. Forced to go to the backs, and once again, the Crimson Tide able to get their hands back on the ball, but it's stolen yet again back, this time on the side of the Fraser Valley Venom. And there's Rendawa Menton, a crunching tackle from Simroy John, and not a great penalty to be giving away from the Crimson Tide. Michelberg hitting that ruck from the side, and a little pat on the head from Captain Outred saying it's okay, we got you. These unforced errors turning into penalties could prove to be costly, especially as this Fraser Valley lineout starts to find its shape. Venom knocking on the door now. 7 meters from the line. Looking to set this maul once again. They go to the back, but tap back out of desperation. Able to hang on to possession, but not form that dangerous driving maul. They haven't been able to assemble quite yet, and the handling error comes in. Great pressure from that Crimson Tide back line, and a bit of a forced exit coming off a Venom hand advantage over in any case, and spilled forward. The error is starting to creep in a little bit as the legs begin to tire. As we are in the closing stages of this first half. 7 points the lead for the Crimson Tide. Fraser Valley, they'll have another 30 minutes to reduce the difference in the second half. Perhaps get themselves in front. Much improved Vancouver Island Crimson Tide side this year. Last year missing out on the finals altogether. This year in a position to take home the gold in the under-19 boys division. Scrum goes down, but ball at the back, play on, says referee Bletjamet. And a lot of bodies flying everywhere. Outred finding some space in the backfield. This could be a big 50-22 effort as that ball rolls towards the touchline. Van Heerden is going to have to slide on it. Does well to avoid getting bundled into touch. Great vision from Michael Outred. And taking the safe option, the Venom elect for the safety of the touchline. That brings up halftime, says referee Bletjamet. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with the second half of the Under-19 Boys Championship match here at Rotary Stadium at Exhibition Park in Abbotsford.
We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the end. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. We ain't like them, never keep it real in the end. Never leave crib for the end. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the end. Me and them boys, we ain't friends. Never leave crib for the end. Me and them boys, we ain't friends.
It starts here. Precision in every detail. Focus locked. Trust your strike. From every angle, for every moment. Gilbert Rugby Canada, the official match ball of BC Rugby.
And welcome back for the second half of the Under-19 Boys Championship match as the Fraser Valley Venom get the ball back immediately off the kickoff, playing it from right to left on your screen in those gold jerseys, defending in the red zone are the team in red, the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. Back to the knock-on for the scrum. Fraser Valley an opportunity to cut into this lead. 14 points to 7. A lot of dominant displays from the Valley attack, but quick flashes of brilliance from the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. Saw them cross the line 3 times, but get the ball down twice for the maximum. Fraser Valley, conversely, having to work quite hard for their try, getting into the Crimson Tide 22 several times and coming away with points once. The lineouts, the story of the tournament so far across the under-19 division, not really going to plan. Scrums, however, have been very interesting. Crimson Tide putting the power on. Venom doing well to secure possession despite the pressure, but going backwards now. Just inside the Crimson Tide 22. Alejo decides to go himself. Met in a crunching tackle by Blundell. And Alejo feeds the flat ball, but not going to hand on this occasion. Crimson Tide counterattack, finding grass in the backfield, having to range a long way back are the Venom. And this Fraser Valley team having to work so hard, having lost 70 meters as El Yusuf gets a carry. And not the greatest of exits, but it does find the safety of the touchline. So reprieve for the Venom. And a bit of frustration showed by Coach Ollie Knott as one of the substitute players touched the ball with his foot and negated that quick throw opportunity. And we know why, after seeing the lineout set up, why the quick throw was on the mind. The lineouts have not been an assured thing for either side. The wind being a bit of a factor as it swirls around, as it so often does. We're in the shadow of Mount Baker here in the Fraser Valley at Abbotsford Exhibition Park, and double knock-on coming in, and a bit of frustration coming into the game as players begin to exchange opinions. A couple of grabbing of jerseys. And referee Vlad Janmet quick to pull in the captains, Bjorndal and Outred, and they will send a bit of a message to their team. As the Fraser Valley have the put into the scrum. Cooler heads have prevailed. Important this leadership from Both captains, Bjorndal, Outred, very experienced university level players. TW and UVic, respectively. Bledjamet reminding the players of the expectations at the setup of the scrum. As the Valley look to get back on the front foot, this Crimson Tide defense has been the story so far, and a few quick counterattacks and some impressive finishing from Potterill as the chip over the top doesn't work out this time for the Valley. Pavlov feeding Weber Smith. And a bit of space on the left side. Sammy Blundell running out of room, however, slightly narrow field here at Rotary Stadium at Exhibition Park in Abbotsford. And a penalty advantage for the Crimson Tide. Outred knows he has the free shot. Puts the ball in behind. Doesn't come off. Bledjamet bringing them back to the mark, right on the 15-meter line. A couple of options here. 3 points on the table with Outred's range for sure. But it looks like they will shape to quick tap. It's worked twice so far. Blundell using the footwork to put pressure on this Fraser Valley defensive line. And right on your screen, you can see the late support coming in, side entry. Great work to scramble back in defense from the Fraser Valley. And that support runner just not getting there soon enough and forced to cut the corner, enter through the side, and take out the threat illegally. It was a bit of a story in our semifinals yesterday. Some clean out issues entering from the side and going off feet just because players tended to run a little bit wide instead of taking a direct line to the breakdown in order to provide the ball carrier the support they need. As the clock continues to wind down, lots of time remaining, but this Crimson Tide defense, you feel like there's not going to be too many opportunities on offer for this Fraser Valley team. They have earned their way out of the 22, but need to find touch here. And McDonald does so. The wind not in the favor, as you can see the flag of assistant referee Lance Davison blowing in the direction of the line out throw. And once again, messy line out this time. Crimson Tide almost able to steal the ball, but knocking it on in the process. Fraser Valley will have to put into the scrum. Crimson Tide have definitely taken over the front seat at scrum time. Valley able to hang on the last occasion, but this surge of red led by Simroy John at tight head will surely look to put the heat on. And John gets the tight head side forward. Masterful scrum display from the big number 3. And the quick tap once again. Cutting into the line is Outred. Crimson Tide with numbers on the left-hand side. Simroy John goes himself. Tries to get the offload away, but spilling it forward in the process. Now it's the Valley's time to see if they can counterattack. And reasonable clearance into that wind from the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide will have the throw into the lineout. And the having the lineout throw, not necessarily the advantage today. Both sides struggling in this department. As we wait for a bit of running repair to be done here for Leo. And substitution coming in, ready to go, says referee Blatjamet. Crimson Tide, not the cleanest of balls for Outred to handle, able to step out of one tackle, get the ball back to his side. Pavlov scans on the right side for a second, goes left. And Pavlov going himself, looking for the half gap, but yellow card looks to be coming here. High tackle. And that all that pressure was created by the quick feet of Eli Pavlov. Pavlov able to catch defenders flat-footed and force that compromised tackler position, ultimately leading to the yellow card. Crimson Tide now with that one-man advantage firmly in the driver's seat and opening up for Outred is the big gap in the Venom defensive line. Try time, Crimson Tide. Well, as we saw in semi-final action, Outred, a man who knows his way to the try line. Bit less footwork required this time, as all of the visits to the 22 from the Fraser Valley, all that work supporting, retaining, recycling ball, energy sapping stuff, and Crimson Tide, who have played more of a conservative style kicking game, using the counter-attack as the primary means of putting points on the board. Crimson Tide definitely the more efficient side, and we see if this Valley team can give themselves a lift, but gaps beginning to open in the defensive line. After that successful Outred conversion, Vancouver Island Crimson Tide out to a 21-7 lead. And McDonald gets us going once again. And has a bit of pressure to deal with here as nearly tight. But here comes McDonald onto the right foot. Intelligent option, but it's not going to get the bounce he wanted. Falls a bit easily, but it does quite well to bring Outred to ground. And yes, held in the tackle. Great work from McDonald to force Outred to crawl out of that tackle. Bjorndal probing towards the line after the tap from that penalty kick. Won by McDonald. Very close to the line now. Queuing up on the right-hand side is Rendawa. He's the man who needs the ball at this juncture. Deciding to keep it tight. The Valley need to score now to stay in the hunt here, and they do. Try time, Fraser Valley. Ditchfield gets under the post, practically. Should be a simple conversion for McDonald. Bringing the local heroes, these Fraser Valley Venom, as the crowd is filled in quite nicely here at Rotary Stadium at Exhibition Park in Abbotsford. They have the chance to bring it back to be a one-score game. And Fraser Valley, or rather Vancouver Island Crimson Tide, chance to regroup here. But a little bit more discipline required. We saw even Captain Outred himself getting a little bit frustrated after giving that penalty away. And oh, not the miss that McDonald would have expected from in front of the post, but still cutting the lead down a little bit. But an important conversion gone astray, because now our gap is 9 points. From a Vancouver Island perspective, that's a lot more comfortable as the clock winds down, approaching the last 12 minutes of this contest in this Under-19 Boys Championship match at day 2 of the Provincial Regional Championships. And hacked ahead, all backwards as the referee. Stumbling is Outred. A lot of work to do, and the tackle coming in, the Venom pouring numbers into the breakdown here. Big opportunity now. Okulola doing very well to hack that ball and put Outred under pressure. Oh, and finding a seam in the defensive line is Palov, looking for support, holding the ball up for his teammate, ensuring that quick ball remains off of this counter-attacking opportunity. And as we saw yesterday, Outred getting into a bit of trouble. That routine tap, this time, what Jamet saying wasn't on the mark, but lesson for players at home is tapping the ball with your foot near the mark looks an awful lot like you're taking a quick tap, and not only do you lose the opportunity to kick for touch, but you put yourself in a bit of harm's way, potentially. And the Crimson Tide getting the line out, working this time. Threatening the 22-meter line. of the Fraser Valley side. Getting over the gain line. Once again. Deep into Venom territory right now are the Crimson Tide. Simple show of the ball will do it. And finishing in the corner are the Crimson Tide. 4th try of the day. Well, again, as the Venom put so many phases together in the opening 3 quarters of this game, the Crimson Tide have been clinical with their opportunities. And quite a simple game plan, just hard running, offloads when they're available. And when the space opened up, they would move the ball into those areas and capitalize. Conversion going astray gives Valley a bit of hope. 2 converted tries. The difference now not out of reach, but the clock not their friend at this stage. 8.5 minutes to go. McDonald need to kick this into a contestable space, going a little bit too long. Not much pressure to deal with for press. And onto the right foot of Outred, but charged down. Bjorndal, captain on captain, getting into the action. And nearly charged down there, but getting away with it into the hands almost of the lurking Venom defenders. And a low chop tackle coming in from the Venom. Outred from deep in his own in-goal area is able to find the safety of the touchline. Not a bad clearance under pressure. Pretty short in-goal areas here on Rotary Stadium at Exhibition Park. The Venom, another opportunity to cut into this lead. They get them all going, but the ball shears away. Okolona forced to go to ground and consolidate. And yes, we see great jackal effort. Great shot from our camera crew. Crimson Tide getting over the ball and just forcing that ball carrier to hold on, and Jackler being rewarded. As the Crimson Tide take their time getting to this line out. Good game understanding as they don't need to push anything. 2-try lead, 6 minutes to go. And substitutions coming in here for the Fraser Valley. No one would want to be taken off at this stage. A lot of Abbotsford products, Langley products in this Fraser Valley side. Friends and family in the crowd. Not wanting to give up the opportunity of winning a championship at home. This Vancouver Island side, again, after a difficult year last year for the under-19 program, The 2026 version has proved to be a big step up in performance under Clay Panga and Oli Knott. Very simple rugby philosophy, which the players appreciate. Simplicity, but simplicity with high standards. And as you hear in the background, Outred shouting instructions to Palov, who's playing at 12 in the semifinal. Not a common position for the promising halfback, but today back in the number 9 shirt, and an opportunity here for the Valley to get on the scoreboard late in this game, but turned over once again. The jackling effort across the board from the Crimson Tide has been nothing but effective. And tackle assist not releasing the decision against Fraser Valley. Outred an opportunity to clear his lines. And wholesale changes for the Crimson Tide. Panga trusting his reserves to finish the job here in the closing stages of this under-19 boys championship match. All the way up to the halfway line. Reasonable touch finder from the UVic Vikes, number 10. Crimson Tide looking to turn the screw a little bit here in this final. Outred looks to distribute. And going flow side, pressed at halfback. Keeping the pace up, moving these Fraser Valley forwards around the field. Bjørndal working hard, tracking down his man as he so often does, and nearly turning the ball over as well. Press directing the traffic a little bit, trying to get those forwards a little closer to the point of attack. And Outred not looking for the 50-22 this time, but looking to hoist one on top of the Fraser Valley, and getting the ball back are the Crimson Tide in a very dangerous position, forcing the infringement from the Fraser Valley team. Off feet the decision. And again, shaping for the line out, but going with the quick tap. Probably a good option the way the lineouts have gone. But in any case, under the posts, almost untouched, is pressed. And that should be the dagger. Try number 5, Crimson Tide. Well, as the water carriers come onto the field for the Valley, a lot of discouraged body language, but a great display of rugby from the men in gold across these last 2 days, led by Bjørndal at the front, and the Crimson Tide captain, knocking over the conversion. %, off the kicking tee today is Michael Outred. Lead up to 33 points to 12. Outred just gesturing towards his team. Keep calm, keep it simple. Especially discipline in these last minutes, so important. Any discipline issues become selection issues potentially for these players wanting to put their hand up to represent the BC Bears at the Canadian Rugby Championships coming up later this month. And pretty decent outcome, second only to maybe getting their hands back on the ball. Crimson Tide allow the ball to bounce, and it ends up with a Tide line out 10 meters from their own line. Overthrow opportunity here for Fraser Valley, and the in between the legs ball doesn't quite work, and that is it. Confirmation with the referee. The full-time whistle sounds. Final score 33 points to 12. Your 2026 under-19 provincial regional champions of the under-19 boys division, Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. So you see what it means to those players on screen, many of whom are returning to the under-19 program, having to have a bit of humility dished out last year, not even playing in the final match, but great effort. In fact, none of these teams last year were in the final. Both were playing for third place, and this year putting on a great display of rugby in this final, our final match of our 2 days here at the Provincial Regional Championships at beautiful Abbotsford Exhibition Park. We're on Rotary Stadium Field. We'd like to thank our crew at We Film Events, Gilbert Rugby Canada, Via Sport, the Government of British Columbia. Special thank you to the Abbotsford Rugby Club for all their volunteer effort, helping to line fields, set up venues, and set this stage for our athletes to do their thing. Again, our officials on screen, Justine Blatt-Jamet, bright future in front of her, going to her second national championship. UVic Vikes graduate, and all of our volunteers from the committee, our therapists. Massive thank you every year. We have a few moments to pause, not many, before the club season kicks off, but much appreciated. And again, to those young men on the screen, a great effort across 2 days in a last-minute ditch to get to the final in a win against a tough interior side. They showed up today, that's for sure. A couple bounces of the ball didn't go their way, but they can hold their heads up high, and I'm sure a few of them will be receiving a tap on the shoulder and an opportunity to get on that plane to Guelph later this month for the Canadian Rugby Championships. Well, as always, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us on BC Rugby YouTube main channel. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram. We'd love to hear from you. We hope to see you this coming season and throughout the summer. Special shout out to our northern and interior clubs winding up their season, trying to get to the Saratoga Cup, the culmination of summer club rugby in BC, and to our winter season clubs. September's coming. Looking forward to seeing you. For Jake Teal, everyone else at BC Rugby, I'm Chris Asmus. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.